What's up, y'all? Welcome on back. I'm your host with the most, Zach Black, aka the Shogun Guardian. Welcome back to the Lit Dojo, y'all. Hope we're all having a fantastic afternoon and wonderful evening. And as always, thank you for the patience. Welcome on in, everyone. Welcome on in. Hope we're doing fantastic. Hope we're having a wonderful afternoon. Especially the day that we had today. I'm telling you, that snow was quite something. Especially hit my neck of the neighborhood too. Especially when it came snowing by the dojo. That was quite an eventful day indeed. Today was quite eventful. And most importantly, I wonder if it's gonna snow again. Who knows? Maybe sometime tomorrow? Either way, some of us could do without the snow, right? But hey, think about the kiddos. I'm sure they enjoyed it. So nonetheless though, welcome on in, everyone. Thanks for the patience and thank you for being here tonight. Today was an amazing day for me. For most of the time when it starts snowing, I just spent most of it just doing VR chat. I've been planning on doing some VR chat streams maybe around this year. Sometime this year is just Steam and VR. Steam VR, it's a little iffy. But we'll get there. We'll get there someday. But meanwhile, today is our first art stream of 2025. And I am already very excited. I was just really frantic to get into the stream tonight because honestly, with my new tripod, being able to connect my second hand cam, excuse me, had a little something in my throat there. Anyway, now that I was able to attach my second face cam to my tripod, our art streams will be a lot more proficient. I won't have to deal with having to constantly move the tablet too much. So it's really appreciated already. Look forward to just continuing off where we started with a new piece of work and just enjoying the rest of the year. Just making more art streams too, because I'm just very excited to start this. It's been a good while too, a long while. But enough of myself. How's everyone doing tonight? How are y'all doing? That's good to hear. That's good to see and hear. Before I get into the art, there's just some things I want to talk about. Before we get into the art part, mainly I just look forward to doing some collabs with a lot of people sometime soon. After this month, of course. Look forward to just putting myself out there more and just honestly building good connections. That's one of the main things I remember seeing back when I first started VTubing. Was just seeing different content creators just collab, talking to each other, hanging out, and playing games, just being goofy. I really enjoy seeing that all the time. So I really just look forward to doing some collabs after this month. So with all that associated and concluded, let's see. We can still do some yapping. It's still early. I don't want to feel like I'm rushing stream too much. Like just rushing into it. Also, how's the music? How's the music, everyone? Hopefully it's not too low or too high. There we go. For the main part, I've just been watching also some more YouTube, just watching different boxing fights, matches. I've been really watching a lot of bare knuckle fights too. Seriously, bare knuckle fights are more extreme and also more entertaining too. It's not like wearing boxing gloves. You're literally going in bare knuckle. Like, it's no holding back. And that's a good part that I enjoy about it. It's just, it gives you a real feel of what it's like being punched by a person. Even if it's kind of like a sparring match, still, it's a no holds fight. A bare knuckle fight, even some underground fights, you can literally kick, punch, pull someone to the ground, and kick them while they're on the ground. I mean, pretty brutal and extreme, but hey, that's combat. What always gets to me is just when people don't use proper technique, like covering their faces, covering their head, and just taking the beating instead of continuously fighting. Like, even if someone puts you in a submission, keep fighting. Don't just sit there and take the wallop. Keep fighting, my guy. Keep fighting. But aside from watching just videos on YouTube, I did a lot of working out on VR chat. There's a boxing gym that I go to just to punch the bag, continue my warrior training, and just punch the bag. Really want to buy some gloves for my headset, gloves and feet sensors so I can both punch and kick the bag with my headset. Really look forward to doing that. And then when it comes to VR chat, for a stream, I'd rather do PC version. That's something I'm still working the bugs out, but nonetheless, I still look forward to doing VR chat again this year. Just hopefully and prayerfully there's no issues. Yeah, VR chat bugs out sometimes. It does. It bugs out halfway through the game, or maybe like a good half an hour it bugs out. It is a little annoying at times, but you learn to roll with the punches. You learn to roll with it. So furthermore, just look forward to collabs and going back to VR chat, along with doing more art streams too. I'm very excited. So speaking of art, let's go ahead and get into it. Today, with our first artwork of 2025, I'm going to do a simple drawing of one of my favorite video game characters from the series Skullgirls. Skullgirls is like, well, instead of telling, allow me to just show you. Let me just pull up a video real quick. Some of you may have heard the game already, Skullgirls. Let me just pull it up on YouTube real quick. Let me just pull up real quick. Yeah, so it's actually a video game. Let me see. Trying to pull up real quick. There we go. I'm just going to pull up an example. Bada bing, bada boom. And pulling up in 3, 2, 1. Bingo. And here it is. And here it is. So this is Skullgirls. It's pretty much like another fighting-based game. It's kind of like, gives off Street Fighter vibes almost, but like with mostly anime girls. Oh, excuse me. Forgot I had the music on. Apologies. Eek. She literally did like the... Oh. Okay, she pulled out a sword. Not bad. I've heard from some people there are a lot of JoJo Bizarre references too, but I'm not exactly sure. You have to really pay attention on some characters. So far, the graphics of the game too, they look very interesting. Love the art style as well. Love the art style. Again, I know I've said this earlier. It gives off Street Fighter style vibes. Really does. Oh. And there you go, Skull Girls. And that's pretty much the introduction to the game. So, with that out the way, I present to you the character that I'll be drawing doing a meditation pose. Here we go. Let me pull up my reference. Let me see. Ah, here it is. Here's the character I'll be drawing today, or rather tonight. This here is Pain Wheel, a fellow video game character of said game. And for a time, I've been wanting to do some artwork for the game. So I thought, what better character to start with than one of my favorites, Pain Wheel? Because her backstory is very tragic and sad. For the most part, she was in an experiment, and she was made to supposedly a super weapon. And so I won't spoil the entire game. I won't. Some probably have already seen her story and know how it ends. There's kind of two sides of it, one with her perspective and one with her friend's perspective, who, let's just say, without worry, there's a happy ending. There is. So, that being concluded, I'll go ahead and bring up my second hand camera. And ta-da! There we go, everyone. Let me just move this out the way. That will do. Let me just also rearrange just a little bit. There we go. So I'll just go ahead and pull this down as well. And then we can go ahead and prepare for our first drawing. Gotta say, I'm very, very excited. I'm very, very excited indeed to start this. Here we go. I'm gonna go ahead and just also do it sideways too. I like to start sideways so it's more manual. I'm just gonna adjust myself as well. There we go. Going to adjust myself as well. And without further delay, let's go ahead and start. Okay, so to begin, we're gonna go ahead and draw the head first. Go ahead and just draw the head first. Simple circle. Then half an egg. I like to take my time when doing this too. There you go, because she has like a fairly sized head. Has like that perfect half egg shape almost. So really just want to be patient there. And not bad. Okay, so we already got the head. Then what we'll do is we'll go ahead and draw the eyes first, closed. Oh, got the eraser on, lol. Then we can go ahead and just wrap around. This is where we go with the lasso to just I love to use the lasso a lot because it really allows one to just easily copy and then paste again. Saves time instead of having to draw the same character or draw the same item again and again. It's like a easy quick hack. side. I'm gonna make sure these eyes are equally as big because, as you can already see in the reference, her eyes are big, fairly big. And we can go ahead and just looking at the reference again. She has like two. She has like an X across her face. That's where the stitches are. Now, speaking of video games too. Speaking of video games, lately I've been really wanting to play Street Fighters. So, any ideas on what character I should play as? I've seen a lot of Ryu gamers, a lot of Ryu mains, and that's understandable. That is very understandable indeed. Also, Warriors. Any news on Assassin's Creed Shadows? Really looking forward to that game too. I know they said it was going to get delayed till March, I believe. That's what I've heard from a lot of people. Speaking of Assassin's Creed, I've really been wanting to play those kind of games. I really look forward to playing the Assassin's Creed franchises. Franchises. Yeah, I'm saying it right. And I just really look forward to playing them. I know a lot of people have mentioned about, let's see, I know I've had some people in the past recommend those games to me. And I've even put in a lot of thought about it too. Put a lot of thought about it. Including going back to Darksiders 2. Really want to go back to that. Just trying to work more on exactly what kind of games I want to get invested in more. Okay, got a better reference. I can go and just, let me see. Okay, gotcha. Wrap around. Oop, that's okay. There we go. And I'm also going to make her head just a little bit more slim too. There we go. That's good. Just a little more slim. Perfect. You can go ahead and just also draw the hair. Get around this part here and just draw the hair. Let me just adjust myself too. But for the most part, I've really been interested in playing Assassin's Creed and just a lot of martial art based games. I know there's a lot coming out too this year. They are really cooking on martial art games, in my opinion, and that's good because I love games that involve like using like kung fu, karate, and a lot of historical based combat too. It feels just more like it feels as if they're starting to respect different cultures, and I really appreciate that. Really appreciate how they put more time in the history of different cultures and different styles. And it honestly feels like they're taking in time to just also find some more creativity. Hmm. Let me just see if I can do that hair again. Oh, excuse me for a minute. Let me just adjust myself too. There we go. Alright, Barry, let me just try something else. Perfect. Okay. Now then, as I was saying earlier though, really been wanting to get into more fighter games. There's Street Fighter and there's Streets of Rage. I've seen Corey Kenshin play that too. I've seen Corey Kenshin play those kind of games, like Streets of Rage and then Back for Blood. But Back for Blood would be a perfect game for collabing. It really would be that one of those best games for collabs, especially for team bonding. I really look forward to just meeting different VTubers and just working together, just taking down zombies. I've seen some of the gameplay before, Back for Blood. And there's Left 4 Dead 1, 2, and 3. I've seen the game franchise before. I'm going to shrink these eyes down just a little bit. Just going to shrink them down a little bit. There we go. And then just shrink this one down. There we go. And then as far as the head shape, go ahead and just take a little from there. That's perfect, because then see, we can take from here. And don't worry, it doesn't have to be perfect, it doesn't have to be by the book. Let's try that again. Sometimes you just have to be patient with how things turn out, because things don't always turn out how you planned them to be, and that's okay. Just trying to capture how her hair is drawn. But again, like I said before, it does have to be by the book. You do what feels comfortable for you. I remember back when I was younger, back when I was in community college, I remember I had this one teacher she was very strict. Sometimes you're gonna have those type of teachers who would always tell you to draw things completely as you see. Don't follow that kind of advice. I mean, yes, draw the example as best as you can, but don't try to draw things in a way that's not you. You have some teachers who give you too many high expectations. I never appreciated that. That's why you got young artists who feel like they're not good enough and quit, because we need to stop trying to be this perfect ideal artist and just be ourselves, really. Stop worrying about trying to be someone that we're not, because that's never going to happen. Like, you can't be another artist. You can only be yourself. That's why when it comes to my art, I just take my time and take my patience and just enjoy what I do. I don't feel too stressed about it either. I just enjoy all that I do, and I thank God for my talents. There we go. Now, some of you might ask, why couldn't I just copy the other hair? I could, but sometimes it's best to take the longer cut too. Don't always try to shortcut it. Take it long and slow, and don't feel like as if you have to rush. Don't ever try to rush things. You want to be as patient as possible. Here we go. Nice and steady. So speaking of other video games, I've been thinking earlier about BioShock. I've seen Sorry and Sorvel play that before. Really been wanting to see that more. Been wanting to play that actually. I know there's a lot of games in the franchise. I want to try to get the accurate history too. Like actually try to understand the history of BioShock and then learn about the story, the lore, all the main details of that as well. Just try to understand the story. There we go. Make that a nice little slant there too. Just a wee nice. There we go. There we go. Because there's a small part of her head where it's actually a mask that's stapled to her face. Yeah, brutal. Mm. I'm going to try to edit that just a little bit more. There we go. There we go. Slow and steady. Never rush things. It's like with my last previous artwork. It only took me about, actually, it took me the entire day, but I'm not upset about that at all. I'm not. See, I have this ideology where I get up early in the morning, I start working on a drawing, and then, hey, if it takes me all day to do it, which it usually doesn't, it might take me the entire morning, but that just depends on my grind. That just really depends. And so, either way, I'm just grateful that God's blessed me with this gift, the gift of just being able to create art. And honestly, that's all that really matters. I can get up every morning and I can work on art and these great projects. Okay. Everything's turning out great too. This is turning out amazingly well. Go ahead and just draw the. I need another reference too. Trying to draw the mouth now. Trying to draw the mouth. I'm going to draw her without the mask, without the face mask, or as well as I can. Because when you see her face without the mask, it's adorable. It really is adorable. Because again, her backstory is very tragic, but I don't want to spoil it too much. Because one day I actually want to play this game. I really do. I really want to play this kind of game and just learn about the characters at my own pace. There we go. Well, let's leave that there. Erase some of the unneeded lines. Erase this part too. Okay, there we go. I'll go ahead and just draw the nose as well. Try also thin that line a bit more. There we go. There we go. It's looking very nice. Very nice indeed. Let's try to get the extra hair details. I think I'm going to lower those eyes too. Copy. Cut. Another one. Just gonna move this out the way. Go ahead and just cut. Just gonna move the eyes lower. Looking at the reference, her eyes are a bit lower. There we go. Her eyes are a bit more her eyes were a bit more roundish too. So just gonna go back and erase this and just, that's okay. Draw again. See, and this is a good learning experience for myself as well, because it helps me apply more as my own personal art style. Just learning different techniques and how different people draw. There we go. Different line techniques too. That's what I'm also trying to improve on, is just line techniques. See, look at that. Much better. Much better already. Looks very nice. Let me just flip it around too. Looks very nice. Looks very nice. Let me just flip it around. Then we can go ahead and work on, let's see, the face, apply the eyebrows. Make the eyebrows a bit more thinner. There we go. Very nice, very nice. Then we're going to go ahead and just copy the eyebrows. Copy, paste, flip over, and bingo. There we go. Very good. That's turning out very nice. Very nice indeed. Nice. Yeah, it's turning out very nice. It's all about learning how to draw in different styles too. That's what I'm also really working on. It's just trying to not really copy, but just really apply to my own style. As long as people can, that's something I've always believed in too. This is something I've always personally believed in. As long as people can identify the character, that's all that matters. I mean, if you want to add super extra detail, to each their own. I just do what makes me happy. Avatar acting a little funky. That's okay. There we go. Very good. Okay, now we can just go ahead and add the. Go ahead and erase this part here. across here. Because it is going across. There we go. Nice. Brilliant. Okay, now as far as gaming wise, as far as next games I want to play, Black Myth Wukong. Black Myth Wukong, definitely. I heard that actually won, that was actually one of the top games of the year from last year of 2024. I heard that at least won, I heard it won one game of the year. So that's quite an impressive feat. Already after it just became new, after it just got released, it was selling like hotcakes, which, well, actually, wait, no, wait, it didn't get game of the year. I thought it did. Huh. Well, I personally thought it should have at least been included. I mean, it's like a retelling of the Monkey King. People should really give thought to games like that because they cooked very well on Sun Wukong. Or excuse me, it's like if Sun Wukong died, from what I understand, so he has like a new pupil taking up the mantle after him. At least that's what I understand. It's like the next chapter of the Monkey King. So it's like instead of, from what I've seen others and from what I understand of seeing some of the game already, the new Monkey King is kind of like more serious and doesn't talk much. While the old Monkey King, we all know he used to be a chatterbox and would never shut up. But the new one, nah, the new Monkey King is all less talk, more action, which really says a lot too. It's kind of like Batman Red Hood. No, I actually can't say that. Then again, I actually can't say that. It's more than that, really. More or less than that. Go ahead and just deepen that. Deepen that just a little bit more, too. Much better. Much better indeed. Go ahead and just erase some of these. Oh, excuse me. Sorry if my Vtuber form is acting a little wonky. Sorry about that. There we go. This should be a lot more better. This should be a lot more better now. Much better. Okay. Good. Good. There we go. Focus point. Focus point right there. Now we got that covered. We can also apply some of the small scars. I see she has like two big ones, so, well, some show four, some, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter at all. Different fan art, different perspectives. That's all that matters. All that matters is that people can identify the character. For those trying to make their own art style, as long as people can identify the character, that's all that matters. And don't stress too much about trying to be like everyone else. Do your own thing, be your own person. Ooh, speaking of, okay, another game, Subnautica. I've heard a lot of VTubers have played that and have gotten, well, not just VTubers, also other content creators have had a lot of, what's it called, thalassophobia. I think it's like the fear of the ocean, or like the fear of, I think, no, the fear of the ocean. Yes, Subnautica does that. It does that sometimes. It really does get you in the mindset of how do I survive? How do I live? How do I get out of here? It's kind of in that mindset. It's like a survive. It's kind of like a horror game if you make it one. It really depends on the gameplay you choose. It really depends on how you play the game. All right, this is coming out very well. Not bad already. Not bad. Already got the head. That's good. And then there's also another part that I forgot to draw. Go ahead and just draw the upper part of her hair. Because it's kind of like in a bun. I forgot to draw that. Her hair is kind of in like a bun. There we go. There we go. Okay. Okay, now we're cooking. Just getting those hair details. Love to make sure I capture all the details of each character. I mean, I try not to be too much of a perfectionist, but again, I really do my best in capturing every exact detail as much as possible. I can also erase this part because again, it's a bun. We don't want to make it look like a beanie or a toboggan. There we go. And there we go. Hmm. And there's also, yes, there's also a split. I can see that. There's also a split up top where her hair meets. There's a split in between. Da, 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 da. Let me just make this a little bit more shorter for perspective wise. Just for perspective wise. Boop, 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 boop. There we go. Then we can go ahead and also go ahead and just get this part. Okay, this is much better. Okay, we got the head part. That's good. We already got the head part. Don't want to draw too much of her as her usual self, more like years later, free of that form. Because even without the monstrous look, she's actually quite adorable. Let me see. Oh, here's a perfect reference. Hmm. No. Try to find the right reference. This will do. I'm drawing her without her face mask because I really want to capture her more at peace. Her more at peace mode. Now then, we can go ahead and just. Let me see here. I'm trying to find the right outfit. We could use this. Okay, this is good. Then combine that with what else? Trying to find the best references. Well, doesn't matter. Now that we got the head part settled, now we have the outfit. Then there's a reference. Let's first take care of the body. That's always more important. Bingo. Now we can just go ahead and work on the body pose. First with the neck. Make sure the shoulders are broad. Let me just go ahead and, when working on the body, you want to have a separate tab. You always want to have a separate tab when working on a separate part of the body. And while we're at it, let me play some music too. Sorry if it's been a little bland. There we go. That's more like it. We don't want to start things off bland. The shoulders are looking good. Try to make sure that the body comes out nice. Never want to feel like you have to rush. Just also just there you go. Well, we start with the basic shapes. Always focus on basic shapes, just to sketch things out. Bingo. Now that we can go ahead and just draw one leg, or rather draw the thigh. Just draw that thigh leg. Then we can take that. There we go. Take that leg, wrap it around, copy, paste, flip it on the other side. Turning out very good. Turning out very good already. Very well. What am I doing? Don't rush. You know better than that, Zachariah. Don't ever rush. Move the logo out the way too. All right. Turning out very well. Too big, but you know, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal at all. I don't want to draw like NSFW. I don't do that kind of work. I've seen a lot of guys do that, and it gets very cringe eventually. I mean, all that talent you got and you wasted on drawing pornography. I mean, you don't need that. Okay. want to do is go ahead and get the sketch out the way. Try best to go ahead and just sketch out the majority of the drawing. And the other foot, literally. What we can do is go ahead and also shorten this leg some. Sorry about that. Sheesh, trying to draw in this form is a bit complex. I also erase right here too. Just erase these unneeded lines. This is turning out very great. Just it's all about patience. It's all about being patient. That's the main key of drawing. Things don't always turn out as you expect, and that's okay. That's how life is. Try to make sure I get the small details too. Whenever I do poses, I try to get as best details I can. Everyone has their own style, true. I try not to stress too much about perfection or try to do things in a way that's hyper realistic. Some people do that now. Some people are like that. Some people care for hyper realism. And that's fine too, but I just do the best that I can with how I can do it. Try not to focus too much on perfection, because again, I had a teacher like that too, and she was a real perfectionist. She was a major perfectionist, and I honestly wish she would have tuned it down a little bit, really. But she didn't. She really did not show any patience with us either. I'm just going to make that knee a little bit shorter. There we go. There we go. It's all about patience, guys. Now see, like I said, patience. That's the thing about art. It's about patience. Just knowing how to get the details right. And plus, I'm also learning, so whenever I'm drawing, whenever I draw, I'm also learning new techniques and just how to better myself too. But this is turning out amazingly well. I'm already very proud of myself. See, it's just when I start doing art streams again, like right now, I want to take it easy. I want to make things simple and just be patient with myself, because even when I make new art off stream, obviously I'm going to show y'all anyway. So it's just being patient with myself too, because I have so many drawings. Matter of fact, I have a list of drawings that I've been wanting to do, and I'm going to do them. I am. It's just been trying to take care of different art, different fandoms I wanted to do art for. But it's all about being patient. It's all about the patience that you need. It's turning out very well. How do I want to? What uniform do I want to draw her in? I suppose that's really matter. I suppose it does really matter. Excellent. Now I just have to do a background. Now I have to do a background, because why not? Nice and steady. There we go. All about patience. Not bad. Just gotta get this line. There we go. There we go. Excuse me, has some of my eye. A little simple stretch. And look at that. Look at that already. Oh, that is amazing. That is truly amazing right there. Alright, we got the character, then we got the background. It's already a said and done deal. See, a lot of people when they do art, at first it seems overwhelming, and that's understandable. But break it down your own style. Do one thing at a time. Start with the character, the head, the neck, the body, then the legs, then the arms. Then after you do the character, then you do the background. You break it down from doing the room down to the smallest detail. And then afterwards, there's the easiest part, the coloring. That's actually both the easiest and funnest part too. See, and that's understandable. See, you start from the character to the room, then the coloring. Then add your little special effects or whatever you love to do in your own content. So furthermore, this is really a great start. Very good indeed. And I'm just very proud. Very proud of how it's turning out and just everything in general. Speaking of, for the most part, mostly using the smaller pen. I have another one that's like bigger. I have two different pens. This one's the smaller one right here, and this is the bigger one. I've been just drawing with this one mainly because it's more easy to manage. Oh. And just there we go. And we can go ahead and add some pillows too. There we go. Not bad. Alright, got the pillow there, nice. Now here's the best part. Copy, paste, flip over, and there you go. Just add another pillow. Copy, paste, flip over. See that? That's how you use copy and pasting. It really makes things a lot more easier, especially if you want to avoid having to draw the same thing over and over. You just go ahead and trim it down a little bit. Very well done. We got the pillows done. There we go. Eat. Getting all the unnecessary lines out the way. Excuse me. Sniffles. Okay. Okay, there we go. See that? Now that That looks a lot more cleaner. I really love doing backgrounds too. What I usually do is I would try to do the background first, then I would do the character, but that's kind of backwards. Don't do that. You draw the character first, then you do the background to support the character. You draw the character. Think of it this way. Draw the main point, draw the main focus point, and then add the support. The main focus point is the character, and then the position they're sitting in. That's what you want to do, so just keeping it like that. This is really good. Very good indeed. Alright, we're just gonna go ahead. And now for the sake of TOS, this is artist, well, it's not really nude. Again, I don't do that kind of artwork. Making it very clear, I don't do that kind of art because it's really a waste of talent. I will never do lewd art because, again, it goes against my, not to sound stoop-nosed or holier than thou, but doing lewd art is just, I don't do that. I don't do lewd art. I just will never do it because it goes against my faith and it goes against my personality. It goes against the kind of person that I want to be. So I'm never going to do lewd art. So don't even ask me to do lewd art because that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, period. Okay? Don't ask me to do lewd art. Not happening. I want to keep things appropriate, and plus, I put my faith first, so. That's okay. Take your time when drawing autonomy. Take your time when drawing female autonomy. Doesn't have to be perfect. Go ahead and just draw that part too. And then paste. There we go. Again, this is not nudity, this is completely artistic. I'll make that very clear right now because I do not need someone trying to say in the chat whatever saying, oh, this looks lewd or whatever. Again, I am not a lewd artist. Again, I am not a lewd artist. Let me just edit that too. Too unnaturally large. Let me shrink that down a bit. There we go, much better. Let's be accurate as possible. Bingo. There we go, that's much better. Much better. Try to make sure how I draw the autonomy of the character is as accurate as possible. Again, I don't draw all that crazy lewd stuff. I will never be a lewd artist. I'm not doing it. I don't care how well you pay me to do it. It's not happening. I don't care. I'm not gonna draw lewd art. That's just not me. That's not how I am. That's not what I do, period. I will never draw lewd art. That's never gonna happen. I hope someone clips this too, because even I'm gonna clip this actually. Much better. Much better. Look at that already. The background and everything. The character, the background. Now that is already an amazing start to finish. That didn't even take too much time, really. Didn't take, in my perspective, it didn't feel like it took a lot of time. It didn't feel like that much. See, that's because when you focus on the enjoyment instead of time flies by when you're focused. Before you know it, you'll already be done. That's because people, when they start doing art and stuff, that's because they're so focused on a deadline. That's why myself personally, I want to create my own art and just post on my own time. I want to be my own boss as I continue to my artistic career. Be my own boss, do my own projects and make more money on my own time. Not have to answer to a boss. You know, be your own boss. Don't work under a boss, because where's that going to get you in life? Go ahead and draw a little belly button. Boop. Very good already. Go ahead and draw arms. Try to make sure the arms are nice. There we go. Well, we can always improvise. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal at all. You don't always see. What I do is I use a reference. I use a reference from Pose My Art. But don't always go by the book. Do your own thing. Mix it up. That's what I use the website for mainly. It's just using different poses and stuff. I even referenced it to another fellow Vtuber because if you ever feel like you're about to meet a writer's block, this is a very good key tip from my personal adventure into being an artist. If you ever feel like you're about to reach a writer's block or an art block, look for different poses. Look for inspiration even in the smallest thing. Even if it's like a simple pose to a more dynamic collage. Always seek inspiration from other artists. That's what I do. And now see, me personally growing up, I've always had three main key sections of inspiration. Number one, being God mostly. There have been times in the Bible where many people have had dreams from God, such as, let's see, I know there was Joseph, or let me look up the name, Joseph, who was one of the sons who had made dreams from God. Yes, like Joseph, exactly. Joseph, like it says in the Bible how Joseph had dreams from God. And now, along with many other examples, Joseph, Jacob, and Zachariah, and Palet's wife, they had dreams and visions used from God to convey different ideas and possible possible prophecies. Excuse me. Want to make sure I get my data right. Don't want to be telling a major falsification. Make sure I'm representing my faith the best way through facts and wisdom. Yes, I did draw this. I actually did draw this on I drew this, and it's a personal art piece that I don't want to get into too much as personal. It's a little personal, but well, I could share just a little bit. So mainly this is an art piece that I done for myself and for another Vtuber, but I won't get into details too much. I'll try not to get into it. Yes, artwork that I've done, I'll use as my own personal background. Because why not? The fact that people can look at my background and ask, did I draw that? I can proudly say, yes, I did draw this. Thank you for noticing. Thank you. I take pride in my artwork. And like anyone should always take pride in what you do. Because, I mean, you put in the work, you put in the grind, be proud of that. Before we do that, go ahead. Go ahead. And just draw this part. There we go. Here's what we can do. Copy and paste the fingers. Always want to make the job easier for yourself, not complicated. Alright. There we go. Much better. That's really good. Okay, see, that's what I love to do. Always try to make an artwork as easy as possible with the tools that you are given. It's like my dad would always tell me growing up. He would always say, Zach, God gave man the intelligence to create tools. So that when we use tools, they make the work easy. Tools are made to make a job easier. Not hard, easier. There we go. And just erase this. I need it now. sure when I draw the thumb too, there is some detail. I'll erase the line here. I'll make sure you can see like the palm detail. So we just have to lower the line just a little bit. There we go. Go ahead and make that hand just a little bit bigger. Always want things to be, always want to make things are atomically proportional and not too small. Oops, no, bad. Well, that's just a perfect stopping point. Excuse me 1 minute. Tell you what, my tablet about to go on low battery, which is okay. That's a perfect time to take you. Excuse me 1 minute, viewers. There we go, pop a stretch. There we go. Well, see, that's the perfect time now to take a little break. Because, hey, this is an amazing stopping point. This is really good. Like, this is... Oh, excuse me. This is very good. This is amazing. And I'm very proud that we got this far. I'm very proud indeed. Very, very proud. So we can just go ahead and take a little break and we'll return back. Take a small little break. And meanwhile, let my tablet charge. Because it's going on low battery and it happens. Sometimes viewers, what I do is I might accidentally overdo it and have the tablet on for so long that it burns out and it shuts down. But don't worry, my artwork is saved, so it's no serious deal. But again, not bad at all. So then we just go ahead and prepare to just go ahead and just X out of this because it's not really needed. Then we can go ahead and just pull up. Let's see, so what we're in the mood for, y'all. What are we in the mood for tonight? Funny videos. I'm getting a funny videos and perfect timing. Perfect timing. Okay. Let me just go ahead and pause this. Pull up the internet. 3, 2, 1. Bingo. Okay. What's this cutie patootie?
Have a good one, miss.
What is this now?
I'm gonna ask you a simple question. Who is Word Girl? Well, most of you would say a PBS Kids show character who blew up on TikTok with those power scaling videos and clips of the show being very, very funny. Others would say just a show they watch when they were young. Now, while those are true for me as well, after doing some research, I found another answer. Word Girl is God. Word Girl is not just a character. No, she's a definition. The basic idea of Word Girl is terrifying when you go deeper, not just because on a power scaling level, because I can safely say I have found powers to this character no one else has known about, but that is not the furthest to it. This Word Girl.
I remember that episode. Years later, looking back on that, where she's like, to any villains who plan on interrupting my show, here's what would happen. Years later, I'm looking at that. I'm like, well, dang, girl. Actually, I could understand that too. That's quite relatable. Very relatable indeed.
Is not just her powers, she's her pain, and she's screaming, but her own mind and show is filtering it, and as a writer, I would like to talk about it for an hour to an hour and a half. Okay, kick off the ominous intro. Who is Word Girl? This is a question I asked you at the very start of the very ominous intro and answered equally ominously, but there are actually a few interesting answers. Her name is Becky Boxford, but as a superhero known as Word Girl, she's obviously a kid show character, PBS to be exact. This will be important. She is also a one-to-one Superman parody, except for the funny fact that the planet she's from doesn't blow up. Her parents just lose track of her, and she wanders off into a spaceship, taking her many galaxies away to little old Earth. There's also another difference I'll get onto later. That's called foreshadowing. I'm basically... Wait, I'm not done. See, before we go into that, we need to talk about another thing Word Girl is. A Marvel character. That's right, there's an officially Marvel-published Word Girl comic out there, and I read it all. Through a legal means, just not the print version, because it's $100 to buy, and I'm not doing that. See, the comic itself isn't that great. Well, it's fine. It basically is just another episode, if not a low tier one, with the comedy not being the best. But it is official confirmation that Word Girl is in the Marvel comic multiverse, most likely being in her own contained universe. Let's call it the Wordverse. Now that we got who Word Girl is and some things to remember, let's go into her low level
That is true. She was in Marvel, or was labeled as Marvel.
feats.
And we're back, viewers. Sorry for the sudden break in our stream. Jez had some family matters that needed attending. But furthermore, let's continue back into the stream.
Okay, so Word Girl is a superhero with a few powers, more than a lot of the Superman copycats and parodies. The basic ones are always flight, strength, and durability, with Word Girl having all those, but also having super speed, super hearing, enhanced sight, and also apparently a cold breath, which she generates by freezing the air as it leaves her lungs, and she also sometimes sucks up the air like a vacuum into her lungs, so she just has super lungs. She also can sit on clouds, apparently. This is an actual ability in our wiki. I'm guessing it'll be very good against villains. It probably could kill Homelander with this one alone. She also is resistant to mind control, which could be a part of her genius level intellect. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, Word Girl being Word Girl is, well, Word Girl. Confused? Well, she's not, because Word Girl has a complete understanding over all English language, every word, and theoretically other languages as well, as she's read hieroglyphics in Spanish, so theoretically she has access to all spoken or dead and written language. I'm sure that...
So she knows all languages in the known physical and supernatural universe? Well, where was this? Man, you've been holding back, haven't you? Well, welcome to 2025, eh, folks?
That won't ever come up again. Oh, she also has invulnerability. That's neat. It apparently is because her body has some sort of super dense molecular structure and fully charged bioelectrical order to combat atoms when they try to damage her. So yeah, she's fully invulnerable. We'll get more into her exact durability. Guess how good this molecular force field is later. She also doesn't get cold. And can also breathe in space, which is something a good amount of Superman parodies can't do. So that's a leg up there. Or I guess a lung. Two very, very strong vacuum-like lungs. Now that we have her powers set out of the way, let's go into the very basic feats she does with them. Okay, so you may be a little confused in like a minute once I start listing these basic, simple feats, as I couldn't find any, but there are some of her low-level ones. Where Girl is able to bend metal bars, also flying through buildings without a scratch on her. She's also able to bend forks. Yeah. Oh well, she can throw...
Okay, so just basic super strength. I mean... Excuse me. Like I was saying earlier, though. So basically, she can bend metal. I mean, kind of stating the already observed and seen.
robots into the sun the size of a skyscraper without any effort. She actually does stuff like this a lot, not just throwing giant robots, but like putting no effort into things, but doing crazy things. Basically, a lot of things just seem easy for her, like throwing robots into the sun. This is very scary because A, she's a 10-year-old, meaning she's not done growing in terms of her power, but also...
Wait. You're only 10 years old? I thought you were a teen. You're only 10 years old. You're not even a teenager yet? Hold on, I need to calculate something real quick. No, let's do some easy calculations. Let's do some easy research. Nah, let's do some... 10? 10? She's only 10 years old? 10 years old. Well, the more you learn, the more you learn. She's 10 years old? She's not even in her teens yet, let alone her prime. Wow.
Also, if she can throw things into the sun as a casual feat, what's a serious one? What's a workout look for Word Girl? I really want to like not be on the same planet when she does a workout, but I just want to know. Speaking of throwing robots, let's do some math. Well, I'll do math, so I'm guessing...
Yeah, exactly. If all this is just a simple, easy breeze, then we don't know her true strength. We never did.
You don't want to do math while watching a YouTube video, but thankfully it's quite simple. Word Girl's throwing the robots to the sun in like a second, which is throwing at like 500 times the speed of light. So that's insane. Like really because A, she's not even running or flying, she's throwing, meaning she's basically transferring energy, and to put the math out of the way, the throw of those robots, again, hundreds of times the speed of light, is hundreds of times that of the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs, or almost 15 magnitude earthquakes, which could destroy and vaporize the entire planet. So, yeah, that's all in the good day's work of our
And y'all are gonna eventually call me overpowered.
educational PBS Kids show superhero. Next feat. Oh, and after looking at more powers she apparently has, I learned she has a sonic screech, which can damage people, which isn't scary at all, and probably will never need to be used to fight a certain evil Superman parody. But I'm sure that's all her powers. Okay, so we've
I didn't know she could super scream. I didn't know that at all. Again, the more you learn.
established Word Girl's low tier feats, which are honestly not that low. But there's another one I want to mention before we get to the universal, even multiversal breaking ones. Word Girl basically tanking a nuke. Let me explain. There's an episode where a town-sized asteroid is heading towards Earth, and Word Girl just catches it like it's nothing. Kind of like if you were lifting some heavy furniture. This is, to put it simply, insane. Something I've said so many times, I'm going insane. But I digress. She throws this big space rock hundreds of times at the speed of light into space, which again is insane. And also because she catches it, she takes all the force of the asteroid hitting her, which is the equivalent of the Nagasaki bomb, and she doesn't even flinch. Okay, so we covered all the low-level feats I can really give you, and I can safely say, power-wise, Word Girl's a pretty powerful Superman copycat. But why does that even matter? Why does it matter if this random kid show character is kind of strong and throw things at the speed of light sometimes? They're made to teach words. They would never use their powers for evil. They have no real effect over anything you care about. Oh, my sweet summer child. You haven't even seen Word Girl being gaslit by God yet. But first, I like to do a little less math-heavy analysis of Word Girl herself. Word Girl's a sociopath and would kill Superman and Kui while reciting her alphabets.
My good sir, what type of white substance have you been consuming into your body through your nasals? I wish to know and gaze upon the absolute substances or powders you are digesting or inserting into your biology. I would love to know. And if there is at least any logical equation to the amount that's in your body and flowing through your organs. I mean, dude, it's just a kid's show, but I'll entertain it.
Okay, maybe. Let me explain. Superman is a pretty cool guy. Saves kittens from trees, saves the world from evil aliens, and does weird stuff with pink kryptonite. The Flash, pretty fast, but also a pretty good guy. Homelander, well, not a good guy at all, but he's a supervillain, so you don't expect him to. Same with every evil Superman. Now, is there every anime character ever that my horde of anime-loving audience wants to see? I know you guys probably wanted something like a Bleach video, or a Free Run video, or even Dan, but no, you're getting 40 minutes of Word Girl. Speaking of Word Girl, she's probably also a good guy, being a superhero and being like, what, 11? So she couldn't possibly have any evil intent, except when she drops animals off skyscrapers and plays catch with them across the planet against their will. Yeah, that's a high-level feat we'll talk about a little bit, but the moral analysis is that Word Girl is insane. The animal in question is Huggy Face, a fully sentient living being who just looks like a monkey. He can even fly a spaceship. So not only is she torturing an animal, but she's torturing a sentient being who has no ability.
Okay, look, I don't think she purposely means to do that. I mean, I don't think she's a psychopath for that.
To vocalize in words, her favorite thing. And of course, his screams can't be heard across the planet. Except they can because she has super hearing. Basically, to put it simply, Word Girl or Becky has an extreme ego and is very selfish. This actually is on her wiki, and her main weakness being ego and discounting other beings and their worth. Sure, she figures out in the end of every episode usually. It also has a very similar train scene with her own version of Omni-Man where she proclaims the value of a human life. No, literally, watch.
Before me, you had a ton of trouble with all these second
Oh boy. Yes.
I encouraged you. I listened to your boring stories. I taught you how to be a decent superhero. Without me, you were nothing.
No.
Aside, Word Girl wouldn't really necessarily just go rampaging and destroying everything yet. She still has a large ego though, and is selfish and ignores a very important rules like physics. Now that we've covered Word Girl being a menace, let's go into her high level feats, speed feats, and that's where she's holding her strength. The average 10-year-old can run about 4 to 6 miles per hour, which is considered a good jogging speed. The fastest man, Usain Bolt, was recorded to run about 27 miles at his fastest. Are you following along? The fastest aircraft made by mankind can go about 7,310 miles. Big jump, I know. Keep in mind, that's over 7 times faster than sound, which clocks about 700 miles. Oh, but we're not done. Lightning is about 200,000 miles. Seems like a lot? Well, there's one more thing. Being the fastest man-made object, the Parker Solar Probe, which orbits the sun and moves at about 400,000 miles per hour. That's a lot. Well, I may have lied to you about that being the last thing, as there's one thing that's faster than anything on this list. Well, anything. Light. Light moves about 67,616,629 miles per hour, which is like a lot. This is because light has no mass, meaning it can move without taking up any energy, making it very, very fast. This is a poor definition of science you get from the Noah Bolter channel. You're welcome. I showed you all these numbers before to give you some perspective on how fast light is. 1% of light could...
That is true. That is quite factual. Light being a type of energy that's not so much weighted, obviously. I mean, light, to put it in simple terms, is fast. It doesn't take much for a light to just instantly flick on. I mean, think of the sun, for example. The light traveling from the sun to the earth. I mean, think of it that way. Or, like how they say FTL, like light speed. Following the perception of the speed of light and speed of sight. Kind of in the same ball field, a little.
Still get you from Los Angeles to New York in 1 second. So, how fast is Word Girl, you may ask? Oh boy. Well, let's go over some feats. We already know she can throw things 500 times faster than light, which now you better understand what that means. That should safely make Word Girl's punches very strong. But I already explained that. Let's talk about her flying speed. See, Word Girl doesn't run. No, she flies very fast. There are about 3 big speed feats to go over. First being her little game with Huggy. Remember how I mentioned in the last section of her playing catch with not only a living creature but an equally sentient being, dropping him from a skyscraper and seeing how many times he can fly across the earth? Well, that is not only psychotic but also insane in terms of speed. Word Girl flies across the earth over 5 times in 19 seconds, which is already crazy, especially the fact that she's literally playing a game and is not taking any of this seriously. But that's not all, because we did a zoomed out shot of Earth on one of her laps. In said shot, she's able to make it around the entire planet in 1 second. This is about 1/7 of the speed of light, or about 14% of light speed, which is again, 1% was crazy, but this is not the end. Apparently, in those 19 seconds, also able to find, buy, and put on a hat from New Mexico. This is proof she most likely has to have some sort of flash time perceiving reality slower, or how else would she perceive reality to enter a building and buy a hat? Another feat many...
Quite true. Quite honestly true. Most speedsters have a speed perception where everything around them is slow. All our perception is them just instantly doing it without any exact physical reason. So that is quite true.
Don't mention, except one person I found on a wiki comment is a feat made by Word Girl when she was a baby. Basically, remember how I said it would be important that Word Girl just got lost and wandered to a spaceship? Well, this is part of the reason. The other part will come later on. Basically, she crawled into the ship Captain Huggy Face, who's a famous pilot on their world, and as they're going on his way, she wakes up and startles him while they're flying deep in space. They end up crashing into a meteor and getting shot way off course. To save them, Huggy crashes onto a faraway planet, being Earth. The question here is how far they traveled. Well, first off, when this is explained, we are told Lexicon is a galaxy far away. Well, the comment on the wiki just chose the closest galaxy to us. This is a lowball though, and could be way farther. The closest galaxy is about 2.5 million light years away, which light years, if you don't know, are the amount of time in a year light travels, and how long it would take for light to get to a place. Oh my god, why is this entire video just a lesson on what light is? Now that we know the distance, we should look at the time. The sequence of shots in the backstory don't really show everything we need, but it does show that it takes about a few seconds from when the meteor hits them to show them crashing to Earth. This would be a crazy durability feat for Word Girl as she survives falling from A, going that fast, but B, just traveling that far is insane. Except that Huggy also survives. Weird. Also, I want you to keep that in mind, being that the backstory and also the weird inconsistency with the fact that the parents don't remember adopting her, and her brother thinks she's not adopted, and this story itself doesn't really make sense, even though I explained all that math. It all together just feels weird, but I digress. Another non-speed feat is probably her best strength feat, where a character mentions she can lift a mountain with her pinky like it's nothing, and Word Girl doesn't disagree, and it's very implied she can. So what does this mean for Word Girl's strength? Well, after looking really hard for math on this one, I found the average really strong pinky can lift about a few pounds. Remember, Word Girl's 10, so lifting a few pounds worth of pinky is already impressive. But the quote is that Word Girl can lift a mountain, and the average mountain is about 6 trillion pounds. At least that's what I found from math, which I have no idea how.
Okay, when do we get to the death bow?
Does that mean Word Girl's pinky can lift 6 trillion pounds? Again, mentioned like it's nothing for her. That's about 2 times 10 to the power of 12, which is 2 followed by 12 zeros, all from her pinky. Superman at his best, which is weird as so many writers have written him, so his strength is whatever it needs to be, but one of his greatest feats is lifting what would be 18 zeros.
Come on, at least make this a death bow and show her beating the crap out of some of these dudes. Math, math, math. Like, dude, you're boring us. Get to the main gistics. This is boring. Really boring.
This was hard for him, and took both hands. So if Word Girl can lift, well, not that, but very close to it with a pinky like it's nothing, Word Girl may be stronger than Superman, at least when it comes to how much she can lift, which also should affect how much she punches or her durability. Also, side note, couldn't make this into one of the big calculations, but she also has instant reaction time and has no need to build up speed, and she can just not be moving, then going very, very fast, which is something a lot of Superman characters, including him sometimes, can't do. For say, Omni-Man needs a large amount of space to build up speed. Just found it interesting. Our major final feat is her greatest speed feat yet, flying from the moon to the sun in 1 second. Again, like it's nothing. So what is that in terms of miles and distance? Oh boy. So the distance would be about 93 million miles in 1 second. Light speed in a second is 186,000. This puts Word Girl at 500 times the speed of light, and she doesn't even break a sweat. Oh my god. Oh boy. We did all these speed calculations, and Word Girl can move anywhere from 500 times to millions of times the speed of light. Because there are in fact speed calculations I did not cover, because I'm not a mathematician, even though this video has a lot of math and science, and some of the math I found or did.
This dude's mathing too hard. The math is mathing too hard. All this over a kid's show. Really, dude? Really? I mean, that's interesting you put all this research into it. But I mean, it's just a kid's show. What more needs to be said?
Felt weird, but really, any of it is crazy. She can also survive the conditions of moving at that speed, which again, moving even as fast as light is, well, impossible. As fast as light is, well, impossible. Why? Well, I'm gonna explain in my favorite segment, Noah Explains Science. Poorly. To go faster or as fast as light, your mass would become infinite, but that physically is impossible, as the universe does not have enough energy to go infinitely. But because light has no mass, it requires, well, no infinite energy. So, what does that mean for Word Girl? Well, according to science fiction laws, but also logic, for her to move 500 to millions of times faster than light, then, well, Word Girl is breaking physics. Let me explain. For Word Girl to travel faster than light, she would have to beat herself when getting from A to B, as she is traveling faster than light. We can actually see this as she flies, as she leaves a trail behind herself, which would be a visual representation of her outflying light. This would be breaking the concept of cause and effect. And to simply put it, she would become a vacuum that sucks up all mass in the universe and basically destroy everything, and should technically be able to time travel, if not already technically time traveling, as she beats light to the place she is traveling to. So with me, to put it simply, after doing all the math and and science, we found that Word Girl does things that physically don't make sense. From traveling across the planet without, it blowing up, to throwing things so hard the entire planet should vaporize, along with the universe as the energy output is over 100 times that of an asteroid that killed the dinosaurs. She also can survive Hiroshima, and her pinky alone has the strength to theoretically lift 30% of the universe. And with other noted feats, she has to be fully invulnerable, as she moves faster than light and can survive a literal
I think you're really overthinking it, dude. I believe you are really overthinking this too much.
asteroid. So the final question is, how is the universe not dead? Well, I think to get there, we must first cover a single power I have hidden from you. The greatest power a fictional character can even have. Fourth wall awareness. Before I tell you the next very important part of this video, please subscribe, as this video took me many weeks to months of my sanity. I'm trying to get 1,000 subs, so I'll be closer than that VPN sponsor, as without it, am I really a YouTuber? Either way, back to the video. Fourth wall knowledge is a really interesting power, and is basically just a character knowing the fourth wall. The fourth wall being the audience, and the existence of the show, and the characters as fiction. People like Deadpool or She-Hulk have knowledge of the fourth wall, but I do think there's a difference in knowing the fourth wall and breaking it. Take Dora versus Deadpool. I know, silly comparison, but stay with me. Deadpool always knows he is fiction, making constant jokes about it, and even using it to affect his fictional plot. From jumping panels to trying to watch the movie he's in. Dora does not do any of these things. Dora doesn't really have knowledge of the fact that she's in a show, just talks and asks questions. To be honest, she's more likely to be schizophrenic than have fourth wall knowledge. Now, where exactly does Word Girl fall? Well, Word Girl in the show constantly references back to the show, with Word Girl talking from the script and her joy in not following it all the time. But if it was just Word Girl talking to the audience like Dora, it'd be a little less notable and probably wouldn't even have me making a video. But it isn't just that. No, because I've left out a very important detail, a vital character, if not the most important one, the narrator.
All is as it should be.
For now.
Meet the narrator. I would put something on screen, but there's no one to put, as he's a disembodied voice. Or is he? Most kids' shows from Word Girl's time have a narrator. There is an important difference. Like I said before, this show doesn't just acknowledge it's a show, but uses it as a key plot point. The part I forgot to leave out last time was that the fourth wall breaks always include the narrator. Most Word Girl fourth wall breaks are by talking to the narrator, and sometimes disobeying him. The narrator is an interesting character. He seems to have knowledge of all things, including the script and whatnot. Now that you know of the narrator and how Word Girl interacts with him, I can bring up how this is an actual notable power. Because knowing the fourth wall and being a show is a very interesting detail, but without the next point, it's just a detail. The detail being, Word Girl can warp reality and not just break the fourth wall in a talking sense, but physically break it. At first, I didn't really believe this, as I couldn't find any examples of Word Girl using a power to manipulate the world or affect anything from a fourth wall sense. She could sometimes trick the narrator in telling her things, and also somehow did something that was not in the script, and doing things the narrator somehow did not know she would do, meaning she can very much defy the script of the show she is in, but other than that, no real power, except for this scene.
Why are you looking at me?
We know you know where the butcher went.
Well, maybe. Even if I do know, I can't tell you. We have a formal way of doing things, and they don't involve me just telling you stuff. And it's formal for you to follow the script and not look to me to give you shortcuts.
Okay.
All right. Meanwhile, at the store you buy gold. Wait, we're supposed to switch scenes before I say, oh man.
Sorry about that.
This scene literally shows her wanting something, the narrator saying, no, I can't tell you, and then she just physically grabs the next scene, puts her head over it, and takes a peek. If looking at this from a logical perspective, then for her body to be over the black outline around the scene, she's basically exiting her fictional world and taking a peek of the next scene from our real world. Word Girl can transdimensional travel. Screw not having any reality warping abilities, she has the ability to see into the next scene against the narrator's will. Word Girl's able to define the narrator himself and confines of her show for her own personal gain. So the only question is, what can't she do? One thing I'd like to talk about more on the idea of what I'm doing than the actual Word Girl. I am analyzing a kid's show, making theories about it, and talking about the writing like I would with a renowned well-made movie or film. Now the common argument is, Why? Why are you making an hour-long video about a show made for literal preschoolers? The writers didn't intend any of this. It's made to teach kids words. There's nothing beyond that. L ratio, blah blah blah. Well, to be honest, you're right. The show is made for preschoolers, but it's also very evident that this show has a lot of hard work put into it, from the writers to the animators to the voice actors. Like, look at this scene, for example.
I'm still just Becky Botsford.
But you're also much more. You're a word girl.
When Word Girl's trying to say she's not different, she's just Becky, she's normal, the first thing her friend sees is her feet hovering above the air. Not exactly normal, but to Word Girl, it is. And throughout the entire show, it is shown that she forgets her powers make her different. She's not normal, she's not even human, and this scene doesn't need Violet going, "Oh, but you can fly," like I'm doing right now. Because the writers are good enough to know when to give it up to the audience and let them figure it out. You know, preschoolers. That is a level of respect.
That is a level of respect, as he was about to say. I agree. It gives the youngsters a chance to analyze the evidence instead of just spoon-feeding it to them. Gives them a chance to think for themselves. That is very honorable.
Word Girl gives to its audience, and I think it deserves respect for it. Sure, they're not an Avatar and Owl House, where the show is very much falls between age groups. No, this is a show for very small children, just a good one, and that's why I think it deserves to be treated as well good. It deserves for me to look at the writing as intentional, even if not every bit was part of a greater theory or story. Another question I know a lot of you, including myself, asked earlier is why the Earth has not imploded, or the universe vaporized, or just her villains turned to red paste. Like, Word Girl's main foe is a scientist who steals cheese. How does this Superman level character have a hard time with that? Well, I actually think the reason is because it's a kid's show. Now, at first you may think this is me undermining the show like my opponents may, but no, I am simply saying the truth. Word Girl is a show watched by small children. That is the audience. The difference between other shows watched by small children is Word Girl herself knows about the audience, and she is warping reality itself, holding not just her punches, but the laws of physics to her will to make the show suitable for airing, all in a deep fear of the show being canceled. Don't believe me? I didn't either, until Word Girl came knocking and defined a new word: censorship. Word Girl is a kid's show, meaning you can't show the world blowing up, because A, there'd be no more show, and B, there'd be a lot of death for a PBS show. Same with turning her enemies to paste. Word Girl doesn't kill them because she's still a written character on PBS. But I feel like there could be an in-universe answer still, especially because Word Girl and the narrator know about the outside world. So maybe the outside world's answer is the same as the in-universe one. The reason Word Girl doesn't destroy the world every moment is because it's a kid's show. She holds back for the kids. There's actually a whole scene where she tells another hero to hold their punches, to build suspense. Not for the villain's sake, but for the audience.
Actually, I think I can break out of this pretty easily.
No! A superhero needs to know how to build suspense so the audience gets excited.
Really? Okay. I mean, I'll never break free of this heavy cage with my not strong arms. In fact, I don't even have arms!
Is it even possible to calculate what might happen?
It is in fact possible because you have the calculator. That's just a bad nonsensical joke. I'm sorry, I don't know what I even just said. Okay, that's proof that she's holding back. In my personal theory with a little less evidence, if she has some sort of power over the fourth wall, maybe she's using that power over her fictional universe, putting almost a G-rated filter over everything so that physics itself stops her powers from causing chaos. Because even if she holds back her feats, she does do universe killing ones. It could also be the narrator doing this, but I'll be going forward just saying it's Word Girl doing it. Okay, we've covered a lot of stuff, but we're somehow still not.
Hold on 1 second. Huh. Oh, never mind. Excuse me. Huh. Thought I heard someone following. Excuse me for a minute. Sorry about that. Thought I heard someone following. Oh well. Must be my ninja senses. Anyway.
done, and somehow it's gonna get even crazier. Try to stay with me. One question I had is why her parents didn't come looking for her. I said it at the beginning of the video, and now I'm gonna answer it. They should be able to, as another alien from their planet, being a villain, did so and was very easily able to track down Word Girl. So why don't they? Well, I've seen some suggest the reason her parents don't come looking for her is because Lexicon, her home planet, is involved in an intergalactic war with another alien civilization. This would add on to why Huggy is a world-renowned space pilot, and also apparently was on a mission right as Word Girl snuck on board. This is a fine and cool theory, basically leaving the parents unavailable or saying Word Girl being on Earth that's the best for her. I really don't have much evidence against it, except him. Huggy is just so suspicious, very much trying to stop Word Girl from revealing her identity to her adopted parents, who for some reason don't remember adopting her, or you know, a pet monkey. Huggy Face is also way older than Becky, as he was an adult when she was a toddler, driving the spaceship that took her to Earth. This is interesting because it makes sense why Becky wouldn't really want to go home, but why doesn't Huggy? He is a literal brother. He's a grown adult who goes on dates and flies spaceships. Why does he not want to go home? At first I could see it as it being the war, but like if there was a literal war, wouldn't someone mention it? What about Miss Power, someone from Word Girl's home planet, or the narrator? Or does Word Girl, as she has knowledge over the fictional universe, in return should know exactly what is written in the script, meaning she should know about her origin. Plus, again, everyone in the show is just so suspicious, I swear. For example, Huggy is practically tortured by the cast, mainly Word Girl, by being treated as not only a sidekick, but a pet, put in literal diapers. This is a 30-year-old man. Why would he let this happen? Why doesn't he just go home, fight in the war if there is one, or, you know, just go home? Unless he's not allowed to go home. Unless there is someone or something stopping him from leaving, forcing him to watch and follow Word Girl's every move to play a part in someone's sick, twisted game. But no, that couldn't possibly happen, right? I would notice it, right?
You have to follow her. It's in your contract.
Okay, let's take a better look at the narrator, as there were some things I may have left out when I covered him. Sorry about that. Let's start out by just describing him. The narrator in Word Girl is known as the narrator. He also has knowledge of the plot and characters and sees all. You can see this in scenes where Word Girl asks him where someone is, and he says he knows but won't show her, except when she jumps and breaks the literal pen of the next scene. So this feels very similar to another character, who you may ask, the one above all. Some of you just went, what are you on about, Noah? And the other half just went, who? Basically, remember how I said Word Girl is technically in the Marvel comic multiverse, meaning she stands side.
Why do I keep thinking that I hear someone following? I feel like I keep hearing someone following my... I don't know, if someone was following, it would have showed up on my activity feed. How weird.
Side by side with other characters in the multiverse, like the one above all. Who is that, you may ask? Well, to put it simply, he's the Marvel end-all be-all most powerful being, and their version is straight up God. He's also the embodiment of the writers and creators behind Marvel works and characters. Now, if Word Girl is in the same canon of Marvel, and narrator is a creator behind a show, and the narrator of Word Girl is basically just God, then the one above all is the narrator. So what does that mean for Word Girl? Well, it means that this PBS Kids show character is one of the only characters who's ever interacted with the one above all, with the show having easily the most appearance of him as a literal main character featured in every episode, and that alone is just insane. But there's more. Now that we know who the narrator is, we can take a better look at his manipulation. Case A, the contracts. Throughout the show, he addresses characters when Word Girl's not there about their contracts, and about having to follow her and fight her or just be her friend. I showed you this with the scene between the narrator and Huggy, but there's plenty of examples of this throughout the entire show. This, when looking at it not from a show contract to a god of the multiverse forcing a character to do something, and the contract being some kind of soul contract, makes you look at things way differently. So, are we finally done? Well, I thought we were, to be honest, until I had a single thought. A thought today I would regret, as it sent me down a rabbit hole that I had to dig myself, as no one has gone this insane. The thought was, what if the Word Girl universe isn't a normal universe, but a carefully built one to hold her, made by the one above all? This could explain why the universe is a very weird one, and how its tone is so different than the rest of Marvel, why PBS of all places is airing it. So I did some more digging. This made the backstory Huggy told her definitely fake. At first I thought
Careful. Too much thinking can kill your brain like that.
she could be a Beyonder baby or something, which is a really strong Marvel alien species. But to be honest, there wasn't really any concrete proof on that, and it just seemed like Word Girl could be a random powerful being that even the one above all is interested in. This isn't the rabbit hole that truly broke me though. What is? What if every villain and main character in the show is taken from another universe, and then some sort of weird Word Girl kid show filter warps them into a different version of themselves? Maybe I couldn't find someone for Word Girl, but she's the main character and the reason for all this. For the side characters, well, that's where things got interesting. Huggy Face. Well, I couldn't find any monkey characters in the Marvel multiverse who were similar to him, but then I thought outside of the box. Stay with me. Universal owns Curious George, and they once owned the Hulk, who is a Marvel character. The one above all is the writer and embodiment of creativity and producers, aka the studio behind the creations of Marvel characters. Then fourth, all the studios have ever had access to Marvel characters, which means that the one above all should have control over all characters owned by any company who's ever had access to a Marvel character at a time point because he exists outside of time. OMG, Curious George is in the Word Girl universe, and he is a multiversal Word Girl version of Huggy Face. His wiki even says he likes flying planes. You know who else likes flying planes? This intergalactic alien monkey, except he's not an alien. He's Curious George. He even denies in this fourth wall break interview in the Word Girl comics published by Marvel.
Man's off the rocker.
I think that's all. That's all. Right. If the one above all has access to all characters in the pantheon of any studio who has owned or had crossovers in Marvel characters, does that mean this comic run where DC and the MCU crossed over as canon? Oh my god! The supervillain and Word Girl Dr. Two Brains is Dr. Two-Face from Batman! They're literally the same person. They struggle with two minds. Both must feed their animalistic side of them to be consumed. Both were scientists who were once friends with the hero, except one was stolen from his universe and made to a cheese-loving rat man to fight an 11-year-old. Okay, I think we're finally done. I'm so sorry to any headphone users. Is what I would say until I noticed this. I was scrolling a wiki page and found a credit for a voice actor who is well known for a certain character. Tom Kenny, voice actor for TJ, Word Girl's brother. If the one above all is the embodiment of all creative people behind the show, he is the embodiment of Tom Kenny, which means any character played by Tom Kenny is an access to the one above all. Oh my god, SpongeBob is Word Girl's brother! Need proof? TJ doesn't like lemons. Guess who else doesn't like lemons? SpongeBob. He's in an episode where SpongeBob is a superhero. He fights an evil organization called...
And this, kids, is why you don't do theories or give in to them. Because they're going to fry your mind. Seriously. I'm willing to put my time into this, but sheesh, dude, you're thinking too hard about it. Let it go. It ain't that deep.
Called lemons. Oh my god! Okay, that was a lot. I know, it was a little bit insane, and I am so sorry to headphone users, but what can I really say? Studying Word Girl lore for this long should drive anyone to the end. But I'm not done, as I still have a really important question I want answering. Why? Take all the stuff I just said as true or not, but to take the basic idea that the narrator, or the one above all, is manipulating the situation and world around Word Girl so she never break, making it so villains fight her, so her friends follow her, and whatnot. Why? Well, think logically. Word Girl has already been defined as a very, very powerful character, but not in terms of strength or speed, because there are plenty of characters who are also very speedy or strong. No, she's powerful because her ability to manipulate and break through the confines of her reality, and the narrator, or the one above all, must have known that. And throughout the show, we see her defying him and possibly his worry growing. His worry that she could break out. The worry that if she broke, that she stopped holding back, that everything he worked through would be broken. That's why every episode is a lesson for Word Girl, so he can slowly try to contain her and mold her into something good. He uses villains as distractions, but also as examples of what not to be. He makes the audience and appealing to them and making sure everything was show friendly a big deal to her, because it makes her hold herself back, something he can't do. We know there is some kind of power imbalance when Word Girl, in that one scene I showed you, jumps the scene change to find the scripted self, but also the one above all. He did not know that would happen. Word Girl has the power to do things the supreme being being of her omniverse doesn't know about or can't do. That is why her entire life is carefully built to hold her, to distract her, because if she breaks, the world is in danger. But in the real end, let's be honest, that'll never happen. Word Girl is good. She is a good hero, and the narrator will always be there for her, to help her, to teach her what's right and wrong, and just mold her into the best version of herself, right? Okay, so you made it to the final part of this video. Good job.
I had to.
Now that you've done so, we can finally answer the real question that this entire video needs answering, at least for me. Why does any of this matter? I've asked you this before and then gave reasons that fit those parts, and to be honest, it'll be the same here. But I will say, this answer is my best one. See, for most of this video, I've been listing you crazy feats, connecting shaky dots, and sometimes connecting things that actually make some good insight, making some fun commentary, which is what, in the end, I'm trying to do. This may be a very stupid video, but it's an important one to me, so I want to give it the best ending I can. And that means not just ending it off with another listing another crazy feat I forgot to mention. No, because the end of this video is the beginning to a story you'll never see, because it was cut before it could rise from the ashes. Let me explain. If you did not know, Word Girl was canceled, which is really funny because throughout the entire show, Word Girl herself does make some slight hints that she is very worried about the audience and them losing interest. Meaning, if you think about it, this is like her worst fear come true. Now, the show ended with a finale that, even with how crazy this entire video is, this finale is what actually broke me. Now, what was the finale? Well, it was two things. First, it was really action-packed and really delivered on what the last few seasons of the show were building, with an overarching story between Word Girl and another alien trying to manipulate her in being evil and helping both of them take over the world. It's beat for beat Invincible Season 1, really, but you already kind of knew that. See, what really made this ending crazy and memorable for me was the ending. See, in this finale, Word Girl's best friend Violet found out she was Word Girl. Becky tried to explain she didn't mean to lie, but Violet just felt too disconnected. Like, now that she knows Becky really isn't just her friend, she's Word Girl, she's now a superior, not a peer, and that just breaks her, and Violet simply can't forgive Becky. I'm calling her by her name here because for the first time in her life, she isn't invincible. Sure, she can take a nuke or fight off an invasion, but she can't stop her friend from leaving. You think so, she knows everything apparently, but sometimes, even when you assume you know everything, you don't think of the least expected, marking off the possibility and assuming in your own answer because you've seen it all. Every episode goes the same way. Word Girl fights bad guys, wins, and in the end, always has Huggy, her family, and Violet, until...
You can't always win every fight. You can't always win. Because even when you win, there's always a cost to pay. You don't, in the wise words of Azimuth, you don't win, you don't learn from winning. You don't. So if you're used to things always going your way, when reality gives you the first slap in the face, excuse me, it's gonna hurt like crap. So yeah, it sucks.
No, she doesn't. And guess what? That's how the show ends. The show ends with Word Girl crying on her knees because she doesn't feel super anymore. But her friend says she's not even human. What does Word Girl do? Her friends don't want her. Her mentor just turned out to be an evil supervillain, Omni-Man her way into Earth, and her life is just falling apart. Well, she could go to the narrator, except, he's not answering. The one above all always answers, Becky, till now. She stops hearing him, can't feel him, no matter how much she begs. No, it can't be, but it is. The show was canceled. And while by all the logic with the theory and the story we have built so far, the show and the narrator are kind of connected, and if the show for some reason just disappears in reality, the narrator is gone too. Maybe the show went off air because the finale was just too dark. It broke the filter that was put on it, and with the filter broken, we couldn't air it. The narrator couldn't speak, and no one could hear Word Girl's screams.
For the sake of that, for the sake of all this, because I'm not going to end it on that. I'm going to do y'all a great favor, because I am not a vibe killer. That just ain't me. I'm just not a vibe killer. Where is it? Hmm. Where is it? Hold on, I got y'all. I'm not gonna do you like that. Where is it? I'm gonna do y'all a great favor.
Just, can we please just go back to being friends again? Please?
I don't know. I have to think about it.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Oh, hello, girl I don't know. My name is Violet. Is this swing taken? Thank you, kind monkey, sir.
Violet, what are you doing?
Well, I just thought maybe it would be nice if you and I started over. So, I'm Violet. What is your name?
I'm Becky. But sometimes I fight crime as Word Girl.
Wow! That's some pretty amazing info to give someone you just met.
What can I say? I have a feeling you and I are going to be best friends. Are we really going to start our friendship over from the beginning?
Nah, but people always say that in the movies, and I just wanted to see how it sounded.
And so, once again, chaos is averted, and our hero is no longer forlorn.
I couldn't leave y'all like that. Nah. Hey, I said before, I'll say again. Let's be the first time going through our history. I am not a vibe killer. I am not a vibe killer. Okay? Let that be known right here. You know what? I'm actually gonna clip this. Cause this is the most important part of our stream. This is one of the most important parts of our stream. I hope someone clips this too. Cause again, I'm not a vibe killer. I'm not. I mean, sometimes people deserve a good ending. Or at least a fair ending. Not good, but not bad either. Just a more realistic ending. So, hey, I wasn't going to leave y'all like that. Okay? I'm a guardian, not a vibe killer. If I can do anything to help, I'm going to do it. I don't care what the internet thinks. So, that being said,
Anyway, gather up your best friends and join us next time for another amazing, colossal adventure of Word Girl!
Since we're coming clean, I always knew you were a monkey.
Hello, I'm Bo Handsome, and this is the bonus.
and one more thing. Oh, scrap. No problemo. Down, born to be the one who's gonna take the crown. So let the hate rain down.
I'm gonna ask.
And another thing, warriors. Another thing you should know about me as well. Hold on, y'all are gonna love this. I'm cooking right now. Pay close attention, warriors, take notes. Cause this is how a Shogun cooks. This is how the Shogun Guardian cooks. Uh-huh. Hey. Hold up. Y'all gonna love this. This here is called the Shogun Cook. Of course he returns. I had a feeling he would return. There we go. Y'all gonna love this.
I wonder if you know that I know he's lying, right? Oh. Oh, you got the new Margellas?
DJ Philly's famous.
I see you. That's your BMW? That's nice. That's your girl? Golly. Okay, I see you. But I just want to know one thing. You ready? Why the lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God. Stop lying. Always lying to me. You lying so much. You making it hard for me. Every time you tell me something, I figure that you're lying. Ooh, it's almost like you faking. Oh yeah, yeah, I know you're lying, but you sound excited, and you know that I know that you're lying. Oh girl, I'ma keep on lying to you. Yeah. Until you think it's the truth. Yeah. Now girl, I know you fibbing. Ooh, you know you can't help it. You know what I want to know. Why the lying?
Yippee-ki-yay, partner.
Just keep on lying. Damn.
Why you gotta be lying? Nah, why you always lying? Like I said, y'all, I am not a vibe killer. So, you're welcome. Like, I'm gonna make 2 clips out of this. I'm gonna make 2 clips. Because I am not a liar. I'm me. Oh, and there's a reference I was using too. There's a reference that I used, by the way. Now then, that being said, let's go ahead and turn off the internet. And let's head on back to our... Let me just clean up real quick. While I clean up, in the meanwhile, sit back, relax, and enjoy some lit beats until my return. BRB, warriors. Welcome back, y'all. Welcome back. Glad you're here, still kicking it. Thank you for still being here, of course. Now then, let's go ahead and return back to our artwork. Bingo. But yeah, like I said earlier though, I'm not a vibe killer. I never end things on a bad note. I never do y'all like that. I know the personal feeling. Oh, excuse me, let me move that out the way. And again, I'm not a vibe killer. Never will be. So I'm just glad that I could be, an inspirational source of positive energy. That's all that matters. And that's all we really came for. I'll just go ahead and turn the music up just a wee bit. There we go. But like I said earlier though, honestly that dude's theory was kind of half cooked in my opinion. I honestly feel like this dude was on the shrooms. It kind of felt like he was on the shrooms just a little bit. I don't know. But dude, it's just a kid's show. Why can't we just leave nice things alone? If it ain't broke, don't fill with it. Right? But I guess some people just never learn. They never truly learn at all. There we go. There we go. Just clean up there. Erase this small speck right here. Bingo. Let me just push the camera a little bit lower too. Perfect. Well, make sure y'all get a really good angle view. Yeah, but going back to that dude's theory on Word Girl, seriously, I almost feel bad we spent an entire... Actually, no, I don't feel bad for doing that. Because this gave us a chance for me to show what kind of person I am. And honestly, oh, excuse me for the brightness. Sorry about that. Sorry. Honestly, this gave me a perfect chance to show what kind of person I am. Because come on, it's a kid's show. Of course, I'm not going to end it like that. Sorry for the light again. Again, it's a kid's show. Of course, I'm not going to end it like that. It'd be kind of brutal, too. It would be way too brutal. Good. Okay. Try to draw the line. There we go. Not bad. Much better, in fact. Go ahead and also delete these back lines. There we go. And then here's the best part. Here's the really legendary part. Let me just adjust myself too. There we go, just adjusting myself. Here's the really legendary part. I'm just, again, adjusting myself. Yippee-ki-yay. Paste. Flip. And GG. That's how I roll. Bingo. And there you go, warriors. And there you go. I'm really trying to adjust myself when I do art. I really am. One day I'll get a better form for art streams. I will. I'll get a better form for this. Because 3D just isn't cutting it. But that's okay. I'll always be a 3D mainster. Erase this part. And there we go. Erasing around the arms. Always want to use the big eraser. Gets the work done nice and quick. Nice. Then we can also delete the background too. Delete these background lines because they're not needed. Around here too. Turning out very well. Turning out very well. Oh, don't want to erase that. There we go. There we go, warriors. Go ahead and clean up around here too. There we go. And that being said, we can go ahead and get to the coloring. This shouldn't be too difficult. Good thing I always save an extra tab down here. Then go ahead and go all out. I like to just take my sweet time and not worry about too much detail. Just go through the motion. Okay, not bad. So far we're doing quite well, Very well done. We'll add some fun colors. No need to restrain ourselves. Just have fun. Let me just turn the music up just a wee bit. There we go. Turn that music up just a little bit. Okay, nice job. We're doing good, doing excellent. The colors are turning out very well. Also want to work on some shades. Add a little bit more detail. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about the colors. Get on the other line work. Very nice already. Very nice. Very well done. Art's turning out very well. Tell you, when I get into the energy of just doing it, when you get into the energy, it doesn't even feel like it takes so long to do. You just go at it. There we go. Yeah, I'm gonna really need to get a better model for art streams. Because 3D is just not cutting it. And that's okay. Different forms for different jobs. Different shapes for different sizes. Good. Good. Backgrounds turn out very well. Don't worry about coloring over the character. Because it's layered, it's protected. We're almost done. Nice. Not bad at all. Terrific even. Terrific. Take this color brown and just... take another color brown. Just get the main details, that's all that matters. Then just minimize the lines for a clean color. Clean color here. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna go 2D mode. There we go. So far we're looking really good. Just had to go 2-dimensional mode for a minute. Okay. So far we're doing very well. Bingo. Again, huge thanks to my new tripod too. I mean, this tripod's really making things easier. This is a lot more easier than when we first did art streams last year. We greatly improved. There we go. Got the bed done. Then we finish off with the character. So I'm going to give it a shade of blue. corners a bit. Nice. A little effect for drawing glass. And for transparency, it's a little extra clarity. Not bad already. Finishing out. A wonderful job indeed. Not a very, very well done job indeed. Very well done. Very well done. To go ahead and finish it off. To go ahead and just finish it off now. Let me just... There we go. We really did an amazing job with this one. We really did. I'm very proud the stream turned out a lot better than our older ones. Just gotta get around these parts, get around the eyebrow. You can go ahead and just color this part. That's a little trick right there. Always put the color layer in between the character that you're drawing and the object that's being put in the background. Or just go around. Color this part. Almost finished here. We just make it a simple black. Going back to that word girl video that we just saw too. Honestly, of all the craziest things I've heard of in my life, this has got to take the cake. Hold on, give me one quick second. Bingo. Yeah, it was pretty cracked up. Literally. I mean, I don't know what partner was smoking, but it obviously was some of the good. Or the heavy stuff. Yet we still watched it anyway. Don't worry about the feet, cuz we keep it nice and neat. Nice cleanup indeed. Get the feet. There you go. Got the whole character drawn out, and then we even got the background. There we go. Then the belly. Drawing the stomach. Get around the stomach a bit more. Get the nice detailed colors. finished. Almost done. Almost done. I'll make sure that hand is curved right. Give me one small minute. I'll be right back. since just my feet were hurting a little bit, so I had to make sure I took good care of them first before continuing. Excuse me, before continuing. Excuse me. Let's go ahead and finish this off. There we go. One second, please. And I'm back. All right. Not okay. What a terrific way to just almost soon wrap up. Just keep pushing. Bingo. Almost done. There's our music. Good. Good, good, good. Great. Make it a more lighter color. Don't mind the background noise. That's just my table shaking. I put a lot of energy into my art. There There we go. Patience and just perseverance. That's all that matters. Almost there. Or you just gotta lock in. So, any recommendations for the next piece of art? Just at me on Twitter. Got any ideas for what I should draw next? Let me know in the chat below. Here we are. Then what was her hair color again? There we go. Nice shade of brown. Really complements her face. Really does. Just adding more color. Just finishing it off. This is turning out already very nice. It's turning out very well. I'm gonna redo the background color. There we are. Getting around these corners used to be a challenge for me. Getting around the corners used to be a challenge until I started learning how to use the slider. Go ahead and grab the color black. Make it nice and wooden. Background as well. Make it a lighter color. And finish her on off. That's why layers are always important. They make the work more simple. Feel like Rohan Kashibe from Chapter 5 of JoJo Bizarre. No, not Chapter 4, excuse me. Goes back to what I was saying about finishing art. Well, it's really the drawing first, then the coloring. There we are. Nice. Nice improvement on the background. Get her beautiful eyebrows. Go ahead and just overlap through here. There we are. Nice touch on the pillows. A clever touch with shades. And just using, I want to use complementary colors around the background. Just around the objects. Almost finished, not bad. There we are. To finish things off. Just gonna change up the shade a little. Needs to be complementary. Nice. Excellent. Excellent and terrific. How about, excuse me, and how about that, viewers? We did it. You know what? This is amazing. This is truly amazing. And we're done. We're finished. Sorry about that again. Here we are. Move this out the way. Final product. We finished. A final successful job. Sorry about that again. I'm flashbanging a lot, I know. But job well done indeed. There you go. Pain wheel. After years of recovering from the trauma she endured, she learned to meditate more. Meditation helped her stay focused, regain a sense of normality. And thus she found peace. So there we go. That is my drawing for tonight. We can go ahead and just close hand cam here. A wonderful job. Look forward to posting this tonight too. And that, I believe, concludes our stream for tonight. I believe that concludes it. Now we finish our artwork. That concludes it for tonight. Go ahead and just remove this. There we are. But yeah, tonight was a successful first time doing art again for the new year. And I'm very grateful to be here. Thank you all for being here, being patient, just jamming, vibing, while I lock out my art skills. And again, look forward to coming back on Sunday for our anime stream. And just before my break next week, I just want to say thank you for being here and supporting me. Thank you very much. Y'all have been an amazing support, and I thank God for all my warriors helping me grow. So, with that all being concluded, look forward to seeing everyone throughout the year as we grow into a whole new chapter of our adventures. So, to close on out, I just want to say thank you for watching and seeing the kind of person I am to this point. Know that I'm never a vibe killer. That's for sure. So to end tonight's stream on a great note, as always, I'll be back Saturday. Nope, Sunday. Sunday, same warrior time, same warrior channel. As always, look out for each other, take care of each other, be the best for each other. Excuse me. And most importantly, you matter. Love you. Love everyone. Love y'all, and I'll see you Sunday night. Peace, warriors. Stay lit.